It's 10 past 10. Can we start with the appointment of the chair, please?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Wilcox as chair.
I'll second that.
Okay, first item is, do we have any apologies for absence? Good morning and welcome. Please remind all the participants to please use their microphones when speaking, as this meeting is being webcast. Item number 4, do we have any declarations of interest? No declarations. The first item, members, we have before us the minutes from the subcommittee meetings held on 22nd of August and 12th of September 2023. Are members content for me as chairman to sign these minutes? I need a proposer and a seconder to approve both those sets of minutes.
I propose we accept those minutes.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Can we have a show of hands to indicate whether you support the motion for me as chairman to sign the minutes of the subcommittee meetings held on 22nd of August and 12th of September 23? Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Item number 6, please may I draw your attention to the summary of the procedure for this hearing, which can be found at pages 16 to 22 of the agenda pack. Item 7, please may I ask all the parties to introduce themselves. I am Councillor Dave Wilcox. I represent Thorley Manor Ward in Bishop Stortford, and I'm chairman of today's meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Graham Hill. I represent Weir Priory, and I'm just a committee member today.
Good morning. I'm Maura Connolly, councillor for Hertford Kingsmead, on the committee today.
Hello, I'm Dimple Reapchand. I'm legal advisor to members.
I'm Brad Wheeler. I'm the senior licensing and enforcement officer.
Peter Mannings, Democratic Services.
Councillor Sue Nichols, Buntingford Ward councillor.
I'm Duncan Wallace. I'm chair of Buntingford Town Council and the town's mayor for this civic year.
Sard Minicello, licensing officer, East Herts Police.
Nathan Howson, Community Safety Unit Sergeant for East Herts Police.
Ashok Kumar Kalinan, SAMI Limited applicant.
Good morning. I'm Mohan Sami. I'm SAMI Limited director.
Good morning, Robert Bockhai, solicitor from Winkler Sherwood, representing the applicant.
Thank you very much. We have before us an application for the variation of a premises license for Budgeons, formerly McColl's, Baldock Road, Buntingford, Hertfordshire, 23/1202/PLV. Please may I ask the senior licensing and enforcement officer to present his report.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Contained in the papers in front of you is the full report outlining an application for a variation of a premise licence under the Licensing Act 2003, section 34. This can be seen between pages 23 to 43 of the agenda reports pack. As you've already seen the report and the accompanying documents, I will provide a brief summary of the application and the representations received. So on the 25th of August 2023, an application for a variation of a premise licence was received from the applicant, SAMI Limited, in regards to a premises now known as Budgeons, formerly McCall's, situated on Baldock Road, Buntingford. The proposed application requests to vary licensable activities, the hours that are attached to the licence and conditions, hours and conditions that are attached to the licence. The applicant describes the variation as as the follow: to extend the sale of alcohol to 24 hours daily, to allow the provision of late night refreshment between 2300 hours and 0500 hours daily, to remove the conditions listed under Annex 2 and 3 of current premises licence, to include new Annex 2 conditions as set out in Section 16 of their application, and to remove the restrictions to the supply of alcohol and opening hours for Good Friday and Christmas Day. The premises is currently licensed for the supply of alcohol Monday to Saturday between 0800 and 2300 hours and between 1000 and 2300 hours on a Sunday. Christmas Day is currently restricted to that was provided under the Licensing Act 1964, in being that it's split between 1200 and 1500 and 1900 and 2230. The current premise license can be viewed in Appendix A on pages 44 to 49. The application can be found in Appendix B, which is pages 50 to 63. Regarding the steps to promote the licence objectives, the applicant stated a number of steps within Section 16 of the application. Specifically, I'd like to bring to your attention to pages 59 to 60. During the consultation period, 12 representations were received from interested parties. This includes Herts Constabulary, Buntingford Town Council, a local district councillor and 9 local residents. These representations can be found in Appendix D, which is in pages 64 to 80 of the agenda pack. Between them, they engage the prevention of public nuisance, the prevention of crime and disorder, and the public safety licensing objectives. The report looks at the statement of licensing policy and the revised guidance under Section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003. The report provides information submitted by the applicant and the interested parties that have made their representations, and the subcommittee should determine the application in a view of promoting the 4 licensing objectives. In determining the applications, the licensing subcommittee should consider if they believe the applicant has provided evidence that, as such, the licence, if granted, would promote and not undermine the licensing objectives. This evidence should be balanced against those that have given evidence and that they believe that making representations that the licensing objective would be undermined. If members believe that the application would not undermine the licensing objectives, then the licence should be granted as requested. If members believe that there is evidence that in granting of the licence this would not promote the licensing objectives, then it is in your remit to take any action they believe is appropriate and proportionate to address these concerns. Members can attach conditions or take any steps such as limiting hours for licensable activities, or if there is no steps, then you may refuse the application in its entirety, but this should be as a last resort. The subcommittee's determination should be evidence-based, justified as being appropriate for the promotion of the 4 licensing objectives and proportionate to what is intended to be achieved. That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for any questions for the enforcement officer. I actually have one myself. Can I ask what engagement you had or was made with you before the application around the concerns we had?
I believe the application just come in. There was no engagement.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for the enforcement officer?
Yes, I'm just checking that the conditions have been circulated that we've emailed the amended conditions.
Could I ask when they were circulated, please?
Sorry? They would have been circulated on what days are today? I think it was probably Monday, because I met with the police on Friday, I think it was last week. Yeah.
I haven't received those directly.
They were definitely sent through to you. I mean, I've got a copy here. Would it be helpful to? They were emailed through to your office, and I made clear those today.
Okay. Sorry, I really haven't seen those.
Okay. Well, I think they're based on so the police sent us a list of conditions. We've been working with the police on well, I was hoping for an agreed set of conditions. I think we got pretty close. The police are still objecting to the application, but I think we're pretty much there, or they're nearly there on actually the wording of the conditions, because they're a mixture of what the police were asking for and what we're proposing. So I think it'd be useful if you had these before you.
Yeah, well, definitely. Can I ask where they were sent to, please?
Yeah, I'm just going to check. To Oliver Rawlings. 10th of October.
It's a Tuesday. That
Yeah,
explains
so-
why I haven't seen them. Mr. Rawlings is currently off sick at the moment, so you should have got a also reply asking to forward to
No,
Community
I
Dog
think
Protection at East Harts.
it might have been a reply saying he wasn't in that day, but it certainly didn't ask me to forward it elsewhere. I can forward them to you now.
Yes, please. Can you forward to Community Dog Protection at eastharts.gov.uk,
So,
please?
instead of here,
Community
community
Dog Protection
dot protection.
at eastharts.gov.uk. Thank you.
easthearts.gov.uk.
Confirmed. Thank you.
So Chair, our guidance is that any representations or submissions have to be made 2 clear days in advance of the subcommittee hearing. So if they were sent in on the 10th, subject to what time?
Well, the Licensing Act and the hearings regulations allow for
They do,
24 hours.
but I'm just saying for our purposes.
Okay, I mean, we have regulations. so-
However, if there is an agreement on those, then it's obviously going to be helpful for everyone.
I didn't say that they're agreed.
Well, if
I didn't say the
there's,
conditions
if there's
agreed.
movement,
Yeah, there's movement.
to what the position was when the
Yeah.
report was circulated and the agenda circulated, then you should definitely consider that.
I
However,
don't think it
we
will take
just-
anybody very long to read them. I just think it will help if
Okay,
everybody's got a copy.
So we just need to get a copy of it. I think, let's see. I think maybe adjourn for 5 minutes.
Can I
let's
just
find out where this is?
come in on our position on those conditions? Is that okay, Chair? I think we are still against the 24 hours. There were conditions that were discussed between the two parties. However, we are still against the 24-hour license, if that makes sense. So, if that makes a
It does, but
decision, then-
it may be that the committee they may grant 24 hours. They may say, no, we'll do
I-
2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock. It's
100. I
conditions are
just
still
wanted
useful.
to make my stance clear that
No,
we
no.
are still opposed. We aren't in agreement with those conditions. Those conditions were potentially discussed around if it was granted, then, but we are still opposed to the 24 hours and don't believe that it would be suitable for the reasons we'll go into. But that's our stance at the moment, is that we are still opposed to that 24 hours.
Okay, so can I just check the conditions that you've sent in on the 10th?
Yeah.
Are they conditions that have been agreed with the police,
let me-
say for the 24 hours? Or is that your proposed version of conditions?
So, well, I'll tell you exactly what's happened. The police put forward a set of conditions that they would ask that you impose if you grant the 24-hour license. No, I then went back with slightly amended version of those conditions to the police. I was away for two weeks of the last 3 weeks, so there was a bit of a delay. We then met with the police last week. This is the final set of conditions. It's sort of mostly the conditions that the police asked for, but actually some additional conditions that we've put in as well. So I think they will be useful for the committee to see.
Can I just check that those conditions that you've submitted, they supersede
Yeah.
conditions in your application?
They do, yes.
Conditions printed off.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to take an adjourn for 5
And
minutes. to
sorry,
just-
before you do that, can I just check, have you, as interested parties, seen the amended conditions?
No, we haven't had them at all.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So we'll adjourn for
So,
5
Chair,
minutes.
on this basis, we adjourn, let everybody get the new
That's it.
conditions circulated so that
Okay, I propose that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Someone second it. Second it. Do we need to vote on it or just? No, that's it. Okay, thank you.
to vote on it, sorry.
We do have to vote on it. So I vote for the adjournment. Against the adjournment. Abstentions. Thank you.
It's not the right document.
Okay, apologies for the delay there. That was a lot longer than 5 minutes. We're still at the stage of asking questions to the enforcement officer. We have taken note of the revised articles here, but one thing we'd like to point out is that we did get this tracked copy of the articles. It's not been great for us because it doesn't show removed articles. So one of the reasons we've been a lot longer is we've had to go through, go back against the original conditions and check them to see what was actually removed. This is only showing changes to the articles that the conditions that you've added.
Well, we wouldn't normally put in tracked documents. I've done it because I've been asked by the police. So this was a negotiation between ourselves and the police and conditions. So it would be, I can't remember any occasion where tracked documents have gone through into the committee report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions for the enforcement officer? Okay, I'd like to ask the applicant to make their submission, please.
Thank you, and good morning again. I will try and address you all. I might get a stiff neck trying to address Councillor Collins as well, but I will do my best. And thank you for hearing us today. This is an application for a variation of premises license for the Budgeon store in Buntingford. With me, Mohan is effectively the owner of the company, Sami Limited, and Ashok is his business development manager, and they can answer any specific operational questions that you may have. Just to clarify, Sami Limited owns some 48 stores around the country. They can operate under different symbol groups. So although we're referring to this as Budgeons, Budgeons is effectively the supplier of the store, but it's not a Budgeons owned store. It's owned by Sami Limited, and the symbol group, if you like, the supplier, and then the logo is Budgeons. But Sami Limited employ the people. They employ over 250 people, and they go as local as possible when they employ the staff who work in the store. So they acquired this store, which was previously a McColl's store. They acquired it at the end of August, and they opened in September, and they immediately went 24 hours. So just to be absolutely clear, we are trading 24 hours at the store, but not selling alcohol 24 hours a day. The premises license restricts the hours in which they can sell alcohol to the old, I call them the 1964 Act hours. I'm old enough to have practiced in the 1964 Act. So that was 8 to 11. All off licenses then were 8 to 11, Monday to Saturday, 10 to 10:30 Sunday. I think it's 10 till 12 and then 3 to 7:30 on Christmas Day. Good Fridays, 8 to 10:30. Rather confusing hours, but that's what you couldn't have less. And you couldn't have more. That was a justice's off license. Now, the licensing regime changed in 2005 when the 2003 Act came into play, and that allowed for 24-hour licensing. And it was encouraged that stores, pubs could apply for 24-hour licenses. This particular store doesn't appear to have done so. So when they grant, it looks like a grandfathered license, if I can say that. I think we're still allowed to use that expression. So the license was grandfathered over in 2005. Some conditions were imposed, but they kept with the 1964 Act hours. So we are now applying for 24 hours. The government's guidance, which is under Section 182 of the Licensing Act, specifically says that shops should be allowed to match their hours. So the alcohol hours should be able to match the store hours unless there are good reasons to restrict those hours. And they give an example. So for example, if the police were to come to you with evidence that this is already a focus of disorder, then that might be a reason for you to restrict the hours. The police are your experts on crime and disorder, and the guidance says that as well. But it also says that even when the police make a representation, their evidence must be open to scrutiny as well. So you would need to scrutinize any evidence that you have before you, before rejecting an application. I've already used the word evidence, but I just want Brad in his introduction, I think, used the word evidence 5 times evidence. Your decision today will need to be based on the evidence in the papers and the evidence that you hear from the parties today. Strictly speaking, the onus is not on me to prove anything. I don't have to produce evidence that demonstrates the future. If we were in a community of impact area, the roles would be reversed. I would have to demonstrate to you that the grant of this variation will not have an impact on the licensing objectives. We're not in a community of impact area, so actually the onus is firmly on the objectors, if you like, that they would need to demonstrate by evidence that the grant of this variation is likely to cause crime and disorder, is likely to cause a public nuisance, impact on public safety, or the protection of children from harm. So it's really important we have that, and that's why it was interesting to note from Brad's introduction the use of the word evidence. That's really crucial today, that you make your decision based on evidence. So we are applying for 24-hour alcohol and late night refreshment. I'll just explain that late night refreshment tends to be the less controversial of the two. Late night refreshment is, I sigh because of the way it was brought in with the 2003 Act. So late night refreshment is the provision of hot food and hot drink between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. If you want to do that, you've got to be covered by the premises license. We're actually not going to be doing hot food at this store. We are having a Costa coffee machine delivered tomorrow. So there will be coffee, hot chocolate available at the store. So in terms of late night refreshment, we are only talking about the provision of hot drinks, and we're perfectly comfortable if it's the preference of the committee, we can have a condition on the license to say no hot food between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. The reason I say that is sometimes people think, well, if hot food could be pasties and sausage rolls or whatever, and that could attract people after a night out. So if it helps, we're more than happy to say no hot food between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. We have tried to. Sorry, you did ask a question about consultation, and so if I can address you on that, it wouldn't be normal practice to consult on every license application before it goes in. There is a statutory procedure. The application goes in. There is then a 28-day consultation period. And that is what the Licensing Act requires us to do. In terms of good practice, where we are aware that an area is particularly sensitive, or where there is a community of impact area, we would always then make contact with the police. I had a meeting with the police yesterday for an application because we know it's particularly sensitive. It would be completely impractical and a poor use of resource all round if every applicant on every application were to consult with the responsible authorities. And in fact, I've had some officers, when I've tried to consult, they've said, no, we don't do this. Put the application in, we'll look at it and deal with it during the consultation period. So I thought I'd clear that up. I wouldn't want a black mark over us because we didn't consult before we put the application in. We've consulted during the 28-day or during the consultation period and the lead up. I know that there was a delay, and that was because I was on holiday and away from my phone for quite a bit of it as well, when I couldn't contact the police. So late night refreshment, I hope is not controversial. I'm not aware of anybody objecting to the late night refreshment aspect of this application. So that brings us to alcohol. We are selling alcohol to 11 o'clock at night. We've had no issues whatsoever selling alcohol to 11 o'clock at night. We have had no issues trading 24 hours. There have been no complaints. Nobody has come in or written to us, contacted us to say your 24-hour trading is causing an issue. Why do we want to sell alcohol 24 hours? Well, there's a number of reasons for that. First of all, we do want to be open 24 hours. We staff it 24 hours. It's lit 24 hours. The only thing that we can't sell is the alcohol, and the law allows us to do so under the Licensing Act, subject to the premises license being amended with your permission. So we don't expect to sell a lot of alcohol during the night. We don't sell a lot of alcohol during the evening. We don't have people gathering in the evenings outside our store. We don't have people gathering during the night outside our store, and we don't expect that to change. Now, I've done numerous applications to Sami Limited. I've also done lots of applications, and some including the petrol stations in your area. And when we apply for 24 hours, we very frequently, particularly in residential areas, and most of them are in residential areas, we get the representation to say that, well, if it's a quiet area, and it does say in the representations here, it's a quiet town, it's quiet at night. If this license is granted, if this license is varied, then the following things are going to happen. We're going to get disorder. We're going to get people coming out of the pubs. They're going to descend on the petrol station. It's usually a petrol station, but on the store, and they're going to loiter. They're going to gather. They're going to throw litter in people's gardens. All these things, we hear it almost every time. And I'm not trying to belittle those concerns. They are genuine concerns and legitimate worries about what may happen in the future. But that is not evidence of what will happen in the future. And at every one of those hearings, whether it's with Mohan or whether it's with one of the petrol companies or Sainsbury's, I always say, look, we don't believe that your fears are going to materialize. We understand those concerns, but we don't believe they're going to happen. If they do happen, if you have problems, then please contact me, contact the owner. And if we don't do anything about it, then you have a remedy, and that's called a license review. And that's the way the Licensing Act is supposed to work. It's generally, unless you're in a community of impact area, it's generally a permissive piece of legislation that allows for 24-hour alcohol. But if we cause the problems that are anticipated by residents and concerns of the police, then there is something that can be done about it. So it's a very strong sting in the tail in the Licensing Act. So if we didn't, and I'm sure what would happen is if we were contacted by the police, so we had no problems before at night, now we've got these problems because you're selling alcohol at night. My advice to Mohan immediately would be suspend your alcohol sales at night, stop it, and sort this out before resuming, and make sure you work with the police on this. And if he didn't take that advice and ignored it, then the police would be back here, I'm sure, very quickly with a review of the license, and we wouldn't have anywhere to go. And the steps open to you then will be to revoke the license completely, suspend it, impose conditions, remove the designated premises supervisor. So a review is a very serious matter, and none of Mohan's licenses have been reviewed. And that's notwithstanding my saying at every one of the hearings that we've attended, I've used the same language. These are fears. We don't believe that these are going to happen, but please talk to us. Please, we want to be part of the community. And if these fears do materialize, we will do something about it. And if we don't, then we know that we're back here for a review. Now, the conditions, we put in a set of conditions with the application. We received the conditions from the police. We worked through those. Some we could accept wording, and some we amended. So you have before you now a really detailed, robust set of conditions. One of the police concerns is about the ramp. We have a slightly unusual entrance to the store because it's not facing the high street. We've got the ramp, which is there for good reasons. It's to help people with pushchairs or disabilities to access the store. So we've got the ramp and we've got the door at the side of the store. So the police are concerned about that. Are people going to gather there? Nobody gathers there. We don't have anybody gathering. We've looked at CCTV again. I think it would be useful to have another camera. So we have a camera inside the store facing out, so you can see anybody that's standing outside the door, and we have a camera on the street which covers the pavement, if you like. I think it would be useful to have another camera that is actually on the steps and the ramp, so that, I don't know whether you've been to the store, but the cashier, they've got a great screen that Mohan's put in there. The cashier can watch each of the cameras all of the time. So he would have he or she would have an image of those steps and the ramps that could be monitored at all times. So I think that would be useful, and that's something we're prepared to agree as well. And that came about from the visit this morning. So I hope that's helpful. And we've got that in as a condition. The camera must cover the ramp and the steps leading from the street to the source. You've got the CCTV conditions. Either I think the wording of the police with that addition. Got challenge 25. as you would expect. We adopt Challenge 25 again. That's police wording, not mine. You've got training obligations, and then we've got the obligation that 2 members of staff will be present from 6 p.m. until 11 p.m. Every day. We've got the no high strength beers and ciders. 6.5 is the usual condition that's requested by officers. If somebody wants to adjust that, we can talk about it. But the high strength beers and ciders that are perceived to result in, are more attractive to the street drinkers, tend to be above the 6.5%. All staff will be over 18. They would be anyway. We won't display any alcohol within 3 meters of the store entrance. That's again, it's normally a condition police would ask for. It's about theft, ease of theft, so somebody can't just run in, run out with alcohol. Although I have to say that in most of these stores, alcohol isn't the product that is most attractive in terms of theft. It tends to be meat, cheese, and other high value items. All spirits, apart from spirit mixtures, will be displayed behind the counter, so they won't be self-serviced. People can't just take a bottle of whiskey or a bottle of vodka. We've got the refusal book, the incident book, no open bottles. Again, I think that was a condition asked for by the police. It's absolutely fine. And then we've got the condition 13 that if there's only 1 member of staff at night, then we would have to close the doors and we'd have to use the night pay window. Now, our plan is to have 2 members of staff at night rather than using a night pay window. We think that's better. We haven't had any security issues. We're comfortable in terms of the staff safety. So our preference would be that customers come into the store rather than stand outside in order through a night pay window. But this is a condition that I've been discussing with the police. So I think this is it's a compromise, if you like, that if we don't have 2 members of staff, then we have to close the doors. And if we don't have a night pay window, we can't sell alcohol. And then a remote door lock will be added as well. That's for the safety of the staff. So wherever they are, they would be able to lock the door if they felt in any way insecure. And then I've added a condition. Again, we discussed this in the meeting with the police because of the concerns. What I'm saying is that we don't expect problems to arise. So we're happy to formalise a condition whereby we invite the police. They don't have to attend if they don't want to. I'm sure they would. We can meet on Teams. So we check in with them every 3 months for the next 12 months from the date of the decision. How are things going? Any problems? It doesn't mean that the police can't contact us before, or the parish council, or anybody else for that matter. But it just puts it on the record that there will be a quarterly meeting for the first 12 months to see how things are going. Now, is that an enforceable condition? What does it do? It's there as a statement of intent. Again, if at one of those meetings we were to be told by the police, look, we've got problems now. There are people gathering. There's drunken behaviour. All the fears of the residents materialise. And if we didn't do anything about it, again, we've got the sting in the tail, which is the license review. So I think it's a helpful condition to go on the license. I don't think it should be there permanently. I've seen these conditions when they're on the license, and people forget about them. Not just the applicant, but the authorities as well. And in 10 years' time, we might not. Well, hopefully, we wouldn't need those regular meetings. So it's a statement of intent for that first 12 months. So we can talk to you more about SAMI limits and their training processes, and how they deal with the sale of alcohol. Whoops, switched off. In terms of the representations and looking for the evidence, so the concerns are that it's a residential area. Well, almost every hearing I attend is because we're in a residential area. If we were in the middle of nowhere, there wouldn't be representation. So it's perfectly normal for one of these applications to be in a residential area. Residents are saying, well, the hours for this store should be the same as every other store. That's not what the Licensing Act requires. It's not a relevant representation. They talk about need, and as an experienced committee, I'm sure you've heard this before, but need is not a factor in a license application. And I think the licensing officer did go back to residents on this. It's not, there's no onus on us to demonstrate a need for the license. They're concerned that there will be antisocial behaviour. Well, yes, but they are saying it's quiet at the moment. There aren't problems. We believe that there will be antisocial behaviour, but there's no evidence in the papers before you that there will be antisocial behaviour. They're nervous, understandably. It's quiet at night at the moment, and they don't want that to change. But we have already been trading 24 hours, but I'm not sure that that's been noted, and that's a good thing. We don't. The 24-hour trading doesn't appear to have been on the radar of the residents. We have a post office. We are an important part of the local community. People can come in during the night and top up their gas, electricity, and that's been appreciated by the local community. So we've had some really positive comments there. They can come and buy emergency products, whatever it is they want to do. So alcohol will not be a big part of our sales during the night. Always ask the question then, why are you doing this? Well, we are staffing it. We are open. We are paying our people, and the law allows us to sell alcohol 24 hours a day. That's what the 2003 Act brought in. There's lots of research about alcohol 24 hours, but actually there is no evidence that 24-hour drinking or 24-hour licenses have had any impact whatsoever on crime and disorder. I can talk to you about that in more detail if you wish. So that's really the application, and I hope that you'll take into account the conditions that we've put forward in a really positive way, and that you allow Sami Limited the opportunity to demonstrate that they will not have any negative impact whatsoever on the licensing objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's going to be several questions, and we'll run through those in order from the subcommittee members first, then the responsible authorities, then any other parties, and finally the officers. One of the questions I have is around engagement. You talked about engagement with the police throughout the process, but part of the licensing policy for East Herts mentions engaging with ward councillors, town councillors, parish councils, resident associations. Did you have any engagement with them during the process?
No, and again, it wouldn't. So there are 300 or so different policies. It would be highly unusual in an application such as this to engage. I don't mean this in any. You must have lots and lots of applications that come through. I'd be surprised if many of them have formal consultations with all of the responsible authorities. That's not a requirement of us in the Licensing Act to consult. It's certainly not in the government guidance. There is a consultation period which is 28 days, and so we've complied with the Act. To say we didn't, I certainly wouldn't have seen this as a particularly sensitive application that required consultation in addition to what's required of us under the Licensing Act.
Okay. The item 5 or condition 5, no sale of beer and lager with a content of 6.5 ABV or above, save for craft and premium beers. Who's going to decide what a craft and premium beer is?
Yeah, we've got that wording on lots and lots of licenses, and it's mutated from there are different lots of different attempts to word these conditions. So we've had conditions where we can only go above 6.5% with the consent of the police. That's one set of wording. I think the police have probably got better things to do than to receive emails from all their shops saying, well, we've got a Leffe beer at 7%. Is it okay if we sell it? So the industry knows what the craft beers are, and it's not beers such as, I think I can say this, it's not a Tennant Super or a Skol Extra. Those are the products which we know are of concern. The white ciders, for example, really strong ciders. We don't sell those, so we know what they are. The police, I think, know what they are, and if we transgress again, I'm sure that the police station is just around the corner. We're very close to the police station. They would tell it. So the industry know. It's not just the Sami Limited. You'll see this wording on Sainsbury's licenses. You'll see it on lots and lots of licenses. And some of these conditions are not strictly enforceable. You're quite right. What is a craft beer? but the industry knows, and they know that they are not to sell the harmful, strong beers and ciders. I'm very happy to consider alternative wording. If anybody can come up with better wording there, then I'm very happy to consider it.
Okay, so the standard operating practice is going to be 2 staff all the time, and it's only going to be unusual circumstances where you'd have 1.
There would normally be 2 people there, but it can be 1 during the day. But we're saying in the conditions we put 2 in the evening, I think. Yeah, so the post office is staffed as well. There were 2 people at the post office. So
What are the opening hours of this post office?
it opens at 9 o'clock. I can confirm that. What time's it closed? 9 to 5.
Okay, so it doesn't really affect this in terms of 2 staff being in the place. The post office isn't really relevant.
Well, no, but it's during the night. This application relates to the period of time. You asked me how many staff are there during the day.
Well, I'm more interested in the operating procedures at night.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought the question related to daytime. So
No, apologies.
all right. So at night, that's why we put the condition. The intent, yes, you're right. The intention is to have at least 2 members of staff during the night. And if we don't, we would only be able to sell alcohol through a night pay window. We don't have a night pay window at the moment, so we wouldn't be able to sell alcohol.
Have you started the process of asking for that?
I don't think so. Started the process, but it's not there. And again, you will have seen this condition. The petrol stations that sell 24 hours, they almost all operate through the night pay window during the night. It's quite normal. Here, we think it will actually be better to have the 2 members of staff and allow people to come into the store. We don't believe that there are going to be problems here. We're comfortable with it, and we think it'd be better for people to be able to come into the store rather than use a night pay window. But that option will be there.
Okay, I'm just going to ask my colleagues if they have any further questions.
Just on the staffing levels, in the original document, there was a condition of 3 staff on Friday and Saturday night. So you seem to be rolling back in staff numbers.
No, I think that came from the police, and I think it was my mistake. There was a bit of a mix. That's from the police, and we wouldn't have agreed to 3.
Because my worry about including the 1 staff option is that it's there and then you can do it, and it becomes a normal practice to operate through a serving hatch or whatever you want to call it.
Again, lots of stores do that. I mean, if we are operating through the night pay window, then it is perfectly safe to have a single member of staff. What we're saying, if we're not operating with the night pay window, then it would be 2 members of staff.
My concern about the location of that though is that there's flats directly above it, and obviously operating through a service hatch will create noise, especially in summer when windows may be open.
I think it's a legitimate concern, and you know, everything's on the table for you as a committee today. So you may well decide that, well, if you want to sell alcohol at night, it's got to be with 2 members of staff, and you don't want the night pay window. That is for you to decide, and we'd be comfortable with that.
Thank you.
We do. It is interesting, the licensing often 2H. So generally, we are asked to put a night pay window in and asked to operate a night pay window. I think I might be speaking out of turn with Matt. I think you're right here. I think it would be better to allow people into the store because it's not going to be busy, and any then engagement with the staff is going to be inside the store rather than outside. But I think you're right, and we'd be comfortable with that.
That would make more sense, especially in summer.
I agree.
Windows will be open for ventilation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one last question about the adequate waste receptacles. Adequate's a very woolly word. Do you have, how many do you think you need out there? How far will they go?
Right. That must be on thousands of licenses. They're very static. And actually, as with everything in licensing, it's 2-edged. If we put waste bins outside, that's, you could be saying, is encouraging people to loiter and to consume and use our waste bins. So really, the waste bins are there as a community gesture. I think there's 1 bin, isn't it? Yeah, there's one bin outside. I don't think we would be expected to have more. That wording is on every license I can think of.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass over any questions from the police.
Thank you. Just quickly, you mentioned earlier around your visit this morning to the premise. Have you visited the premises before today?
What, me personally?
Or the applicants as well?
Well, the applicants have visited the premises. They own the premises and run the premises. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you understand the layout of the shop pretty well. Perfect. That's fine. Did you notice anything else this morning around sort of crime prevention? You mentioned the extra CCTV this morning. Was there any other sort of bits that you had seen that you might want to make amendments to or not? Yeah. So you meant. No, that's all right. I'm just trying to understand. You mentioned that when you attended that you noticed the CCTV on the stairs and that you were looking at potentially putting that in. And I know that's been in our discussions. It was just trying to work out whether there was any other bits that you noticed whilst there. That was all.
State-of-the-art CCTV system. I was very impressed with the screen. And I did point out, well, the license hasn't been granted, the variation hasn't been granted, but we have agreed. So we wouldn't be able to use the variant license until we put a new camera up. So we had a look. It is sort of covered, but in my view, it could be covered better. And so I did ask Mohan and Ashok, and they agreed that they could put another camera that is absolutely zoned in on the area of concern.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
It's a brand new. I think they found the store a bit tired when they took it over and put a brand new CCTV system in.
Okay, thank you. How's the post office locked up overnight? Obviously, there is that separate business. Is it a fairly secure business that's separated from yours, or is it sort of the same company that own it? Does that make sense?
Same company. Money separate the state and it's all time, certain time only we got access.
That's fine, thank you. And from a delivery service point of view, obviously we're moving into modern times. Does your company use Deliveroo or Uber Eats? Those sorts of people, are they going to be coming and going? What's the?
Currently not. We will be going for just only available that area. We will be going for that one.
Excellent.
And delivery point, we're not changing any delivery. Think that that's one of the noise or just of the people that we're not changing any delivery time. We will think about the neighbors that we reach. So daytime we want delivery currently. That's the
Perfect, thank you. And just around the consultation period, slightly personal question, but you've mentioned throughout that obviously you've been on holiday for the last couple of weeks, and that's obviously delayed some of our engagement. What were the dates of that holiday, just to understand in comparison to the 28-day consultation period, compared with the period between that ending and?
Yeah, I think we don't need to know the exact dates. We just know that 2 weeks were taken out. Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to understand is, was those 2 weeks within that 28-day consultation period, or was that after the 28 days prior to today's hearing, if that makes sense? That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, just in relation to the night window, I think it has been covered to the point, but where is that looking to be positioned? And I know it was similarly asked. Have you got an idea of the positioning of that night pay window that you were looking at?
It will be the entrance door.
Right. Okay. So it's sort of cut into the glass that's already there almost. Okay. Perfect. I think that's all of mine. So. No, that's it.
No more questions. Thank you. I'll pass it over to interested parties, perhaps the town councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to read the statement which you've been provided.
I believe this is just Unfortunately, this is questions only in this
Mr. Dunn,
section.
could I just raise a couple of questions in relation to the submission by the gentleman opposite? As he quite rightly says, that where situations do deteriorate, there is then the power of it's within the police's remit to ask for a review of a premises licence. But that involves an evidence gathering process, quite rightly, on behalf of them, which means you've already got victims. People have already suffered, and so therefore we see that very much as bolting afterwards.
Yeah, but it has to be a specific question
Okay.
to the applicant at this stage.
He's covered the night bit. Yes.
Because there might be a misunderstanding of the way the Licensing Act works. Anybody has got the right to seek a review. It's not the police, it's not a police right. So any person, any council, any councillor can at any time put an application in for a licence review. And you're right, the committee would expect, if you're putting in a review, you to have some evidence as to the issues that are concerned about, but that must be right and equitable. Otherwise, every application is just dealt with on the basis of a crystal ball.
And I would agree with that. I'm just making the point that at that time you then have a victim.
Okay. Any more questions?
Not for myself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. Please, with the responsible authority making your submission.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I don't want to sort of reiterate, regurgitate any of the representations already made, but I do want to cover some of the key points. I think start with, I'm going to just address what's been provided to the committee today around the tracked changes of the license or the license conditions that have been discussed. So that was a conversation that was had from sort of Friday into Monday with ourselves and the applicant. I think our stance was very much that we would never agree to that 24 hours, so that wasn't ever going to be agreeable for us. However, what we were looking at doing was getting some of the changes put in around suitable staffing levels and the like. I think the key points to look at here is that a lot of the conditions that have been provided here have been provided by police, with the tracked changes being those that have been changed by the applicant. So for instance, I think we discussed a moment ago about the 3 members of staff to be present on the Friday and Saturday from 6 till 11. That was a condition suggested by police, where then the applicant has said no to it. So hopefully that makes it a little bit clearer as to how the tracked changes work within that document. And then anything in red has obviously been added by the applicant on that. I think from the start, obviously, the objection that we've got is in regards to prevention of crime and disorder, the prevention of public nuisance and public safety, all of which the wording is very preventative. There is all about prevention, and it's all about moving and looking forward into trying to stop persons being victims or suffering in any way. And that's how the Licensing Act is set out. So that's that. Obviously, we are looking at a premise that is in a residential area. The licensing, sorry, I've lost my words, bear with me. The licensing policy set out by East Herts District Council states that anything outside of the High Street and Church Street in Buntingford is residential. It's not part of the town centre. And with the location being in Baldock Street, that would state that it is a residential property, or sorry, a residential area, my apologies. With that in mind, the guidance and the policy states that unless there is anything that is put forward by the applicant to make an exception, that we should be looking at sticking to that 11 o'clock rule outside of the town centre. I failed to see anything at the moment that suggests an exception should be made to this. And that is our stance on that we should be sticking to that 11 o'clock. there has been elements of consultation with the applicant. The initial contact was made through the 28-day period of consultation. We didn't get much back from the applicant within that consultation period, with an email up that I think suggested that police wrote some conditions and they would then respond to those conditions. We then waited until the 18th of September for anything along the lines of engagement. We supplied at that point the agent with proposed police conditions, and the agent then advised he will not be able to review these conditions prior to that application deadline. We then received contact on the 5th of October, so only a few days ago or a week ago, and a meeting was then set for the 6th of October, which is when we then had the conversation about the conditions that have been put forward this morning. But as I say, and I'll reiterate, that we were never looking at agreeing to a 24-hour license. There is concern around if a 24-hour license was granted. And on that, we are looking at having robust conditions from 11 o'clock if it was to be granted. I think what we've got to look at is the application. They are very generic conditions. I don't think anything within the application suggested that there was a consideration for the locality of this application. It wasn't until right towards the end that we started looking at CCTV specific elements around the staircase being covered. It doesn't appear that a crime prevention visit has been looked at from the applicants, or any kind of work towards working and improving the environment around or supporting that environment to reduce the concerns that have been raised by both ourselves and the members of public. The statement of licensing policy produced by the District Council, there are a number of points to raise on that. The policy states that the aim is to protect the public from local residents or from crime, antisocial behaviour and noise nuisance. Again, it's a preventative statement and should be preventative in nature, not necessarily reactionary to problems that arise. There's a duty under the Crime and Disorder Act and states the need to do all that it reasonably can, again, to prevent that crime and disorder in its area. We've looked at crime figures that are available to everyone. We've utilised of the ilivehere.co.uk website, stating that alone June 2023, there were offences of violent crime and antisocial behaviour hitting the top of Buntingford. That is Buntingford as a whole, not the immediate locality of the premises, but violent crime was 27 recorded offences, with antisocial behaviour being 14, showing that they are valid concerns from the community, with those being the top crime stats within that website, not necessarily being significant in number if you were to compare that with a significantly seriously busy town. However, still showing that crime is a concern for a smaller community. Engagement, as I've already said, is an important element of that licensing process. It's not taken place throughout this process. It adds to the concern of how those licensing objectives will be achieved. Policy again states that violent crime and ASB increase with every hour that premises are open. That is supported within the crime figures that I produced as part of the representation made. I won't go through those numbers. I'm sure everyone's had an opportunity to look at that, but that data clearly supports that those figures rise throughout the later evenings, early mornings, specifically on that Friday and Saturday. Hence the request for additional persons to be present on site to manage that demand with a later license. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just just again going through the policy under point 7.13, unless the application or the applicant provides the evidence of the exception that the applicant will be granted in line with the hours of operate. Sorry. 7.13. That unless an applicant provides evidence of an exception that the application would be granted in line with the hours of operation set out in the policy. So yes, if no exception is displayed by the applicant, then we should be following the guidelines on the policy. Under points 8.8 onwards, there is a need for applicants to take appropriate proportionate measures to promote the crime and disorder objectives, with examples of taking into consideration the public drunkenness, any violent behaviour and antisocial behaviour. And from what I can see, there's been limited steps identified with the application in relation to these considerations. And there is a real concern raised again by police and residents on that. It also states there should be a consideration around staff training in diffusing and managing conflict amongst patrons. That's why we've requested SIA trained staff members. There is nothing within the licensing or the application itself to suggest that diffusing and managing conflict amongst patrons is something that is trained by the company. Therefore, we're going to have potentially untrained members of staff dealing with conflict situations. As we know, there are licensees, or sorry, that there are conditions around the selling of alcohol and not selling them to drunk people. There will be times where drunk people will try and purchase alcohol. They will be refused, and I've got no doubt that they will be refused, but that then potentially encourages that conflict situation. And that's why, with the request for the presence of SIA trained staff members, they are trained in that conflict management model, and that's why we're making that suggestion. Schedule 8.23 state the authority would expect applicants to have demonstrated in their operating schedule that public nuisance concerns have been identified and that suitable control measures have or will be implemented. I think there is obviously a concern around the stairs that wasn't initially put in the application. Stairs do encourage people, unfortunately, to sit on. They do make a slightly uncomfortable seat, but a good seat. And there are concerns around that. It includes the location of the premises and the proximity to residential properties and the supervision of customers, including their dispersal. I think the concern would be, how would we disperse a group if they did decide to congregate outside that premises? If they were to be on the stairs, what is in place to prevent that from happening, other than a call to either the local police or another agency to support that? There is limited that I can see of sort of personal responsibility from the applicant to reduce those concerns of that. It's well known and documented that there is a link between alcohol consumption and crime, especially in relation to violent crime. Alcohol is a disinhibitor that also impairs that judgment. And national statistics suggest that nearly 50% of all violent crime involves alcohol, and nearly 40% of all domestic violence incidents are linked to drunkenness. And it's just that concern of the encouragement of drinking or the availability of alcohol will increase that possibility of violent crime. I think our concerns are summarised within the pack, but I will go through them. There is a concern around the risk of assaults, public order offences at the premises, specifically where staff are likely to be victims. There's no control over where the alcohol is consumed once purchased. It is obviously an off licence, but that does mean that the alcohol could and likely would be consumed just outside of that premises, creating concerns for that local community. The consumption of the high volume alcohol in public areas, the availability of alcohol, especially in relation to high volume alcohol near to residential houses at unsociable times, the public safety risk of having bottles, glass bottles within public areas, again at high risk times at later nights, whilst persons are potentially intoxicated. The impact of having alcohol available 24 hours in this specific area, which will increase that crime and disorder locally, and the risk of antisocial behaviour at that location due to it being a warmer place to spend evenings, with potentially some cover as well. In summary, we believe the hours being requested are excessive. The sale of alcohol in this area will impact negatively on crime and disorder and public nuisance and cause a risk to that public safety. It's an unnecessary high risk will be present should this application be granted. And the licensing subcommittee is asked to refuse the application for the reasons stated in regards to prevention of crime and disorder, prevention of public nuisance and public safety.
Thank you. It's now your, and now it's the chance for everyone to ask questions of the police, beginning with the applicant.
Thank you. Are you aware that there are other 24-hour off licenses in the area?
I am aware that on the A10, yes, just outside of the residential areas on the borders of Buntingford, there are, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Sorry. I do apologise. Any of the subcommittee have any questions for the police?
Since the store opened 24 hours a day, have you had any specific incidents at the location or reports?
Not that I'm aware of, other than what's been represented by the local residents within the pack, I believe.
Thank you.
There's been none to police specifically, sorry. Yeah, so they're the only ones I'm aware of.
Thank you.
But not directly to police. Well, no, the question was whether I was aware of complaints. I'm aware of the complaint within the pack. So the answer is technically yes, I am aware of stuff, but none that have been directly reported to police. So there have been no calls to police.
One question, you mentioned 14 antisocial behaviour incidents. What time period was that?
Sorry. So that data was taken from ilivhere.co.uk and stated June 2023. That was their most up to date. So it just looks like a calendar month of June 2023. But there no specific times. Sorry, no. It just states a month overall, not a specific timestamp, unfortunately.
And that was in that Buntingford.
That was within the Buntingford area, yes. So the whole town, across the town.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the police?
Can I just point out that the 24 licence has only been in operation for a very short time, which is significant, I think, since September.
Thank you. The officers have any questions? Please, would any other parties make their submissions? Perhaps Town Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here today to represent Buntingford Town Council and to highlight our concerns and that of local residents to the application. We consider that 24 hours licensable activity, together with the location of the premises, elevates the risk of potential disorder, nuisance and associated antisocial behaviour, outweighing the demand for such provision. Buntingford is the smallest of the 5 towns within East Hertfordshire, and as such retains and enjoys many traditional features associated historically with the settlement of its size and demographic. It sits at the centre of a large rural expanse and provides support for those surrounding smaller communities devoid of nighttime economy provision, who travel into the town almost exclusively by motorised transport. The town has a traditional high street lined with residential and commercial period properties. The applicant's premises are sited in Baldock Road, approximately 100 metres to the west of the High Street. It is the only retail premises not on the High Street. The premises have residential accommodation above the ground floor retail area subject to this application and period residential dwellings opposite. There are more modern dwellings both east and west of the location. There is little or no off-street customer parking and the customer entrance is direct off Baldock Road. We therefore anticipate an increased risk of customers visiting in motor vehicles, stopping and starting, opening and closing doors, meeting and engaging with associates throughout the night as well, beyond those times currently experienced, all in close proximity to the dwellings, which would not normally be conducive with the predominantly residential nature of this locality. Due to the demographic nature of our high street, including the premises subject of this application, coupled with effective management over the years, I personally cannot cite a history of serious disorder from the council's position or antisocial behaviour. As you've heard from the police, such matters would normally be reported direct to them. Indeed, complaints received by the council associated with nighttime economy historically relate to noise levels generated by entertainment or that generated by the gathering of people in numbers, and as such are usually associated with our public houses. The Town Council have always worked with local stakeholders, including police and district council, to promote their focus of prevention first, identifying risk and seeking to mitigate where appropriate. The Licensing Act provides stakeholders with a means, as the gentleman said, to manage and minimise any risks identified or associated with the proposed licensable activity. Historically and currently, young persons are known to frequent and congregate at the premises, as it provides, in addition to alcohol, tobacco products and items of food and confectionery. Such gatherings generate noise and boisterous behaviour, but the current time constraints ensures timely cessation. Its town centre location lends itself to easy access on foot and in addition to motor vehicles. But I do cite most recently an email sent to our clerk from one of our councillors. This was Councillor Bowman, sent on the 18th of September.
Sorry, I've not seen this in advance, so I think this should have been produced before.
It's in my report.
It's in the report. Okay, sorry. You carry on.
It was on.
Is it in the?
What page? Could you just give me a page number?
It was the second page of the.
Are you just reading from your?
Yes.
presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so that has been received.
Hi, Jill. Jill is our clerk. I happened to drive past the post office at around 23:30 on Saturday evening. It was still open. There was a small group of drunken young ladies on the steps and footway outside. Surely public nuisance and safety applies. We have to consider residential amenity. And that was at regards Steve. That is Councillor Bowman.
Can you just give the page number?
Well, it's the second page of my.
No, in the bundle. Have we got the page number?
That's the town. Oh, have they included the?
Not certain representations. So. Town council, if it helps, the town council representation is on page 70. But there's no.
Yes, the applicant is correct that the representation is there, but the text of the email stating what's the complaint was about and the people being outside isn't actually included in the representation that we've received here. So I'm just checking to see what we should do. Can we add it now, or is it too late to add that?
Is that what was received? This is what we received.
But there was no accompanying. So when we received the representation, there was no accompanying text from as quoted. So the email from Jill is what's been used in the representation on page 70, but that doesn't include the text of the issue that she's reported.
You have me at a little bit of disadvantage, Mr. Chairman. When we elected to come along today to represent, this document here that I'm reading, word for word, was emailed, including to Mr. Wheeler by our clerk and to the generic email mailbox as well, within more than the 5 days prior to today's, as the email suggested we had to.
Can I just check what date you emailed that in? Do you have a date?
I don't, but I checked with my clerk and it was more than 5 days, because I asked if it had actually gone to Mr. Wheeler as well, and he confirmed it had been.
Okay, and that was separate to the representation?
Yes, that was this document here.
Right, bear with me 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just checking to see whether we received that.
So Chair, it would seem that on the 3rd of October, the council was in receipt of an email from a town council officer at Buntingford, 3rd of October. And it just says, please see attached statement from Councillor Duncan Wallace for the hearing today. It doesn't seem to refer to further reps being made for us to disclose it. And I think that's where the confusion is that it was just a statement that was going to be read out. So, and knowing that they were going to be attending, I think it wasn't distributed on that basis. However, if the applicant is in agreement, we can send it over to the applicant, we can disclose it to the applicant and see if the applicant is happy for the town council to refer to it. And you will then attach such weight accordingly based on the fact that they've not had sufficient time to introduce any evidence in response to it, but can make a general submission on that basis, and you take that into account in your deliberations.
Okay, is that understood by the applicant? Are you willing?
Which is why I've advised the members that they attach such weight to it on the basis that you've not had sufficient time to, that you will not have sufficient time to make representations on it.
Just wanted to propose an adjournment again.
Mr. Chairman, could I just say, I have found the email, so you know it's authentic. I'd be quite happy to show this gentleman.
There's no
Thank you.
dispute as to that email. It's just the fact that when we've received the representation, it just says that this is your statement. It doesn't refer to additional evidence being in there for us to then distribute it to parties so that they can then make representations on it. So there's just not been any disclosure on it in advance of today. We've just kept it thinking that that's your statement that you were going to make.
Okay, so in order to allow the applicant to view the material, I propose an adjournment of another 10 minutes to allow that to happen. I propose that.
I'll second it.
And for and against and abstain. None. So we'll be adjourning for another 10 minutes. Okay, thanks for your patience. Is the applicant prepared to accept this as evidence?
Well, provided that I can comment on it.
Yes, of course, you'll have a chance to comment on it. So if we revert back to the councillor to continue his statement, and if you would reread that email part again, that would be great. And then afterwards, the applicant will have a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go back then that for clarification, this was an email received by our clerk from Councillor Bowman, sent on the 18th of September, and it relates to events witnessed by him on Saturday, the 16th of September.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that. We've looked at the wrong date, haven't we?
Yeah.
We didn't have the dates. We thought
Oh.
it was, we thought you were referring to Saturday. Sorry.
So it was referring to the Saturday.
This Saturday. So which Saturday is this about? It says I haven't-
Saturday, the 16th of
It
September.
didn't say that. Okay.
So-
Okay, well, we were reading.
Yeah, it does. It does
Yeah,
state the date on there.
sorry, I was just reading the actual.
Okay, please carry on.
And it reads, "Hi Jill, I happened to drive past the post office at around 23:30 on Saturday evening and it was still open. There was a small group of drunken young ladies on the steps and footway outside. Surely public nuisance and safety applies. We have to consider residential amenity. Regards, Steve." And Steve is Councillor Stephen Bowman. And I'll continue. All other premises subject to licensing within the town centre area have time constraints, be they on or off sales, to minimise the risk. Our town has 2 supermarkets with the licences to supply alcohol which close at 10 p.m. Our 2 public houses are permitted extended hours at weekend periods, and although managed, these do generate noise complaints due to their proximity to residential properties which have historically required the intervention of enforcement agencies. However, due to effective management, the town is generally quiet and free from noticeable vehicular or pedestrian activity by midnight at weekends and earlier during weekdays. Our town does already have 2 premises with 24-hour licence provision for the supply of alcohol products, but these are both filling stations on the periphery of the town, accessed from the Buntingford bypass, which does not impact upon residents. Clearly, our aspiration is for time constraints to be imposed in line with those historically on the existing licence to minimise or mitigate risks as identified. But should the 24-hour provision be granted, then we ask that the committee consider robust alternate measures to manage and mitigate to enable the local community to continue the lifestyle to which they are accustomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there's an opportunity for the applicant to respond to Councillor Wallace's statement.
Thank you. So in respect of the drive.
Can you turn your microphone?
Yeah, so it would seem that the councillor didn't stop. Councillor has driven past and seen young ladies. I don't know how driving past he has established their level of intoxication. We haven't got anything on the CCTV that we've looked at just very quickly now. Obviously, we want to look at it in more detail. But I would ask you, given that the councillor is not here to answer any questions or to give any details as to what he saw, there's nothing wrong with us being. It wasn't the post office open. I think he means the store as opposed to the post office. Nothing wrong with us being open at 11:30 at night. We are allowed to be open at 11:30 at night. I would ask you to attach very little, if any, weight to a drive past email. We have been able to back up with CCTV. Okay. I would just point out that Sainsbury's is licensed to 11 o'clock, not 10 o'clock. But they may well choose not to trade beyond 10 o'clock, but they are licensed to 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for Councillor Wallace? Does any of the subcommittee have any questions for Councillor Wallace? The authority, any questions? Please, any questions for Councillor Wallace? No. Okay, I'd like to invite Councillor Nichols to make a presentation.
It's very brief. I have noise and antisocial, sorry. I have noise and antisocial behaviour concerns from potential increased traffic levels and footfall from customers visiting the premises to purchase alcohol in the extended period being applied for, and also potential noise and antisocial behaviours associated with the purchase of alcohol from these premises and consumption nearby. I would also have concerns about antisocial behaviour considering the premises location on a residential road and the potential for late night noise and nuisance, including extra late night traffic to nearby residents associated with extending opening hours.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Nichols? Any questions? No questions? No, no more questions. Okay. Please would all parties please make their closing statements, and I'd like to point out that there's no new evidence to be added to your statement, no questions, and ideally keep them brief. Starting with the interested parties. Any statements?
I've no further statement.
I can only apologise for the confusion I've caused, Mr. Chairman, but no, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here and hearing our concerns.
Thank you. It's a learning curve for sure. Responsible authorities, any closing statements?
Just a small one and just a couple of pleas. The application for the 24 hours is obviously very different to those that are already in place within that Buntingford area. It is not, or the two that have been granted are not in the residential properties, and it is, or sorry, near to residential properties, and it's just a plea to treat this as a unique application, which I'm sure will be done. The data obviously already shows that crime and ASB does rise, and it's just to take that into consideration around granting of the 24 hours, but also if it is granted, just for stringent conditions as best as we can to prevent that crime and disorder. That is my closing statement.
Thank you. The applicant.
Thank you. And look, it's difficult for you as a committee to strike a balance at these hearings, and I'm grateful to everybody. I think it's been all conducted in the best of spirits, if I can use a pun. While I say it's difficult, every application must be dealt with on its merits. We're not in your sensitive area. Your policy refers to a sensitive area. We're not in the sensitive area. We're not in the community of impact area. I'd somewhat question the policy that turns the Licensing Act on its head and requires an applicant to demonstrate exceptional reasons. I'm not sure that would stand up in a court, but that's something for you to take advice on. I don't accept that it's for us to demonstrate exceptional reasons to get a license. That's not what the law requires us to do. As I set out at the beginning, the onus is on the objectors to demonstrate by way of evidence that the grant of this variation is likely to have the impacts that they are fearful of, and there has been no evidence put forward before you today, apart from the evidence that Buntingford as a whole in the month of June had, I think it was 27 incidents of antisocial behaviour reported, but we don't know at what times of day those occurred. We don't know what the circumstances were. We can't drill down. It's just come from a website. So very little weight can be attached to that figure, that data that's been provided by the police. Now, the police have had opportunity here to give you real evidence. We've got two petrol stations with 24-hour licenses, one of which is about 100 metres away from this location and is actually, perhaps as new evidence, it's actually run by Mohan's wife. So we're very familiar with the petrol station, the MFG petrol station that's 24 hours. And we do, from time to time, have customers that come into the store after 11 o'clock wanting to buy alcohol, and we have to send them to the petrol station. So keeping it within the family, but not within the premises. I don't accept at all that granting this variation will result in an increase in traffic. It just doesn't make any sense at all. You've got two petrol stations with 24-hour license with ample parking. So why on earth would traffic why would traffic suddenly increase to the high street? Because we are now not only just open, but we have alcohol available in the store as well. If somebody wants to drive and buy alcohol, they can do so very easily at the moment. So when I say the police have had opportunity to produce evidence, when we've applied for 24-hour licenses to petrol stations, there have also been objections to those applications. Again, the fear of all the things that are going to happen. We're going to encourage drink driving. That people are going to come on and congregate on the forecourt. They're going to be buying alcohol and drinking around, and there are going to be accidents on the forecourt. So all these things are, when we apply for a 24-hour license for a petrol station, I haven't got my notes on what happened at I act for MFG as well. I haven't got my notes on whether the police objected to that particular application, but that's very often what, certainly with residents object. Police very rarely object now to the 24-hour applications. These are fears are raised time and time again with the application. Now, if the police had wanted to bring evidence to the harm of 24-hour alcohol sales, they could very easily have looked at the data for the MFG premises and for the other petrol station. 2 24-hour off licenses. What harm is it causing? Are we seeing gatherings? Are we seeing drunken behaviour? Is it emanating from those? The police haven't done that. They haven't produced any evidence whatsoever relating to the 24-hour licenses in the vicinity, and they acknowledge that this store is not on their radar. We were licensed to 11 o'clock at night. There hasn't been a single incident referred to by the police in their evidence from this. Normally, if the police do object, you get a whole spreadsheet of incident reports from a store, and some of those are alcohol related and some of them aren't. You have to work through them. Not a single incident here is referred to in the police by way of evidence. What we have is the police not liking the idea that this high street store may sell alcohol. Well, the government has allowed that, and the Licensing Act has allowed that. If we have the broader discussion about whether alcohol should be sold 24 hours a day, that is a matter for Parliament, and Parliament has allowed these applications, allowed these licenses, and actually the research that's been published has shown, has demonstrated that actually it hasn't had a negative impact. We're not seeing a spike of incidents as a consequence of alcohol availability. But I want to put it into context. We do not expect to be selling a lot of alcohol during the night here. We're not expecting it to be busy. We don't experience people gathering at the moment. There's mention about kids and tobacco and food. Well, we're allowed to sell tobacco and food. It's perfectly lawful, and kids can stand outside a convenience store during the day. So our experience here is that yes, when school's finished, the kids can come in groups of more than 3 or 4 or 5. It's not illegal. Happens everywhere. The government's published a statement, a consultation, I'm sure you've seen today on tobacco and vaping. So that's going to be an interesting debate over the next eight weeks. So no evidence whatsoever produced by the police in relation to these premises. No evidence relating to the harm that they think may happen if 24-hour alcohol is sold. And they've got 2 examples in the vicinity where they could have looked at the data. Have there been any incidents there? Have there been any reports? Absolutely nothing. And I can confirm, certainly the MFG license has not been reviewed, and I've had no contact on that. The concern about cars, that there's going to be increased traffic, no. Parking, no. We're not going to get lots of people coming here during the night to buy alcohol or anything else. So parking is not going to be an issue here. The police seem to think that we should have an SIA security. Now, the SIA security guard would be in uniform or high vis jacket, standing outside on the steps at night. Totally disproportionate. You'll be aware of the government guidance that any conditions must be proportionate to the circumstances. We are quiet at night, and the residents have acknowledged that it is quiet at night. It's in the papers. We don't expect that to change. It will be totally disproportionate to put somebody outside the premises during the night, and we don't see that anywhere else. And the petrol station, certainly MFG petrol station, hasn't been required to have SIA door supervisors standing outside. Conflict training is part of our training, so our staff are trained in managing conflict situations. It was a question never asked of us, but yes, that's included in their training. And we're a bit puzzled that there's a negative associated with the ramp and the steps. And actually the ramp is a positive. So it allows easy access to the premises for people with pushchairs or people with disabilities. So I hope that's not seen as a negative. We tried to answer the questions. We've got very dated hours on this. It's the old 1964 hours. We are open, and we're going to be open 24 hours a day, providing a service to the community. The only thing we can't sell at the moment is alcohol. We believe it will be a limited amount of alcohol that we sell. We understand the importance and the responsibility that comes with any license, and especially a 24-hour license. We're very happy to keep in touch with the police and indeed councillors. Very happy for them to have my details. If anything comes up, they can contact me or they can contact Mohan, and we've offered the condition just to formalise that, so that every 3 months we just have a chat. How's it going? And if we don't do something about it, we know perfectly well that there could be a review. And that, as I've said before, is the way that licensing is supposed to work. It's permissive. It allows things. It's very difficult. I would submit, based on what you've heard today, to say that there is evidence that there is likely to be disorder. There is likely to be public harm. You've heard no evidence today whatsoever. You've got a single line about something that about 3 ladies or group of ladies who may have been standing outside. We've not been able to corroborate that at all. So I'd ask you to give this store the opportunity to demonstrate that they can operate the 24-hour license responsibly, as you've seen with the other 24-hour licenses in the area. But thank you very much for listening. And if you've got anything in mind in terms of conditions or changing something that's been put in the papers, I'd be really grateful if we could have the opportunity to discuss those here before we all go away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The committee will now retire for deliberations and return with our decision regarding the application before us. Thank you all for waiting. Apologies for the delay. There's been some technical issues in the back end, but we'll read out the decision now. 12th October 23. The licensing subcommittee have read the application for a variation of the premises license for Budgeons, formerly McColl's, Baldock Road, Buntingford, Hertfordshire, SG9 9BL, and listened to the comments of the senior licensing and enforcement officer, the applicant, the responsible authorities and interested parties present. In determining this matter, the subcommittee have decided to refuse the application for the extended hours for the sale of alcohol off premises, refuse the application for the provision of late night refreshments between 2300 hours and 0500 hours daily, remove the restrictions to the sale of alcohol and opening hours on Good Friday and Christmas Day. In coming to its decision, the subcommittee is mindful to strike a healthy balance between residents' interests and supporting the local economy. Members are mindful of the residents' concerns regarding noise nuisance and antisocial behaviour that is more likely to occur if the licence was granted, and this is justified by the fact that the premises is located in and around a very quiet and dense residential area. In reaching this decision, members have had regard to the S182 guidance and its own statement of licensing policy. This decision, with full written reasons, will be sent to you in writing, and there is the right of appeal within 21 days to the Magistrates' Court.
Thank you. Could I just address you for a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to check a couple of things because Brad did advise that refusal is a last resort, and there are other decisions that you could have considered today, including, which is why I invited you to come back and talk, that we have the 64 hours there, which are generally considered to be very dated. So you may wish to consider the 6 to midnight times as opposed to the 24 hours. So I'd like you to consider that. And also I'm a bit puzzled about the late night refreshment and the reference to opening hours. Opening hours are not a licensable activity, and so that doesn't actually fall within your remit. I don't quite understand the refusal of removing restrictions on opening hours. Opening hours are not a licensable activity. So I don't understand the third point.
I believe there are restrictions on the sale of alcohol on Good Friday and Christmas Day.
No, but you said you're refusing to remove the restriction on opening hours on Christmas Day, Good Friday. That's what you read out.
Remove the restrictions for the sale of alcohol and opening hours on Good Friday and Christmas Day.
Okay, but opening hours is not a licensable activity.
Okay, so we need to remove the opening hours line, but we're removing the restriction on the sale of alcohol.
Okay, but sorry, I don't want to delay it, but Good Friday and Christmas Day has not been discussed today at all, and case law does make it quite clear that if you're minded to make a decision, you should give an applicant the opportunity to discuss. Nobody has made any reference during the entire proceedings to Good Friday and Christmas Day, so it does appear somewhat random not to come out with a decision which has not been debated, and no representation has made any reference to Good Friday and Christmas Day. I would just ask you to consider, particularly in light of the advice that you got at the outset, that an outright refusal is a last resort. There are other.
Just a point. Can I do a point of clarification?
I think
I took what was read that you was allowing Christmas Day and removing the 1964 Act restrictions.
You are removing the line
on Christmas Day and
you said
Good
you
Friday.
were refusing that. Sorry.
No,
So-
removing the restrictions.
Right. So right, we need to be absolutely clear as to what's been granted here, because it is important, because if you're refusing it outright, the conditions that we've put forward obviously can't be applied to the license. So we need to be really clear what's been granted here. What I would invite you to do, if you don't mind, and I know that we've all had a long day, is to consider tidying up the hours so that we're not still subject to the 1964 Act alcohol hours. But we could look at, say, 6 o'clock in the morning till 12 midnight, and then have the conditions that we've offered I'd say a compromise as such. I'm a bit puzzled that you don't want hot drinks sold at night, because that the late night refreshment, unless I've got this wrong as well, you've refused the application for late night refreshment. That was hot drinks only.
Yes.
So you don't want hot coffee.
Do we need to just?
I'm
do we need to explain
really
our reasons
surprised by
now?
that. I don't think the police were objecting to hot drinks.
I mean, I don't know whether we get into a debate at this stage, but from our point of view, I think the closure was at 11 o'clock anyway, so that it wasn't something that had been considered necessarily by us as such.
But we're getting
but
confused about
specifically,
closure, but then you're getting confused about opening times again. So we are open 24 hours. So
You can remain open 24 hours if that's what you want. Your application was for the extended sale of alcohol for 24 hours
and late night refreshment.
and for late night refreshments, and both of those have been refused.
So, but have you taken into account that I amended late night refreshments to be hot drinks only? So you've decided that no coffee, so we can sell food, and we can sell drink, and we can sell tobacco, but we can't sell hot coffee. Is that what your intention is from this decision?
That was the decision we've made.
So from 11 o'clock onwards.
No
yes,
coffee.
That's what it is.
Okay, would you consider, and so would you consider, I'm inviting
Sorry,
you.
Chair, I'm just mindful that you've made your decision.
It's sometimes quite useful and can save everybody a lot of time and trouble and costs if we have this debate now. But I am inviting, because obviously, you know, I'm so sure you'll set out your reasons, but rather than for us to go to another place, I'm inviting you to consider, rather than the outright refusal, that we can have a look at the hours and what would be acceptable. Does it need to be 8 to 11? Does it need to be 10 to 10:30 on a Sunday? Those are the 1964. No, very unusual now for stores to operate to those hours with the sale of alcohol. So I would invite you to consider whether there is something rather than the outright refusal. I am surprised by the outright refusal, I have to say. You know, we've had a very open debate, and I understand the concerns about 24-hour alcohol and respect that decision. I'm very surprised that there would be an outright refusal rather than to see whether actually there is something else that could be, other steps that could be taken, and I'm just inviting you to reconsider.
Chair, can I just have 1 second? Yeah, based on the decision that you've made, members have made today with the refusal of the alcohol, extended alcohol sales and the late night refreshment. I'd be happy for the applicant to put forward an alternative for you to consider if you wish to hear that.
And that would be now.
We can do that now, yes.
Who needs to approve that? All of us? Is it a decision between
Yes.
3 of us?
Yes. You would then have submissions from the police if they wish to make any representations. It's not a normal procedure that we normally follow. But I'd be happy for you to.
Okay, so we've agreed we will hear you out your application for the new change. And then obviously we'd hear from the interested parties, the police, before making a decision.
I'm very grateful. As suppose this was an application for 24 hours. I would invite you to consider whether the outright refusal is necessary here. The hours on the license are currently 8 to 11, Monday to Saturday, and 10 to 10:30. They were the 1964 hours. We would invite you to consider alcohol hours of 6 o'clock in the morning until 12 midnight. There has not been a single mention of early morning issues during these proceedings, and there's nothing in the papers whatsoever to suggest that the early morning presents any sort of issue at all at this location. And we would be simply asking for the single additional hour to midnight to allow a bit more flexibility at this store. And 6 to 12 is a very common set of hours for stores of this nature. As for late night refreshment, I don't know, the police might want to address you on that. I wasn't aware of any concern about the sale of hot coffee or hot chocolate at this location, and I am very surprised that should be of any concern to the licensing committee. So I would ask you to reconsider that as part of this approach. But I'd be grateful to hear, obviously, from the police and anybody else on views. But thank you for listening.
Okay, let's hear from the police.
Thank you. I think in relation to the hot drinks mentioned, I think our stance remains the same. I won't comment any further on that. I think the representation wasn't necessarily made at the time. We're not going to change any stance or make comment on that any further. Just in relation to the midnight, we're just having a look at the conditions. The only bit we're trying to work out, and we might need a little bit of time to do, I think you noticed it earlier on the tracked changes, that they were slightly different to the ones within the pack. And we're just trying to now work out what ones are in the pack that aren't in the tracked. So I don't know what the best way of the procedure is before commenting on that. We just want to work out what's missing and what's not. That's kind of where we're at the moment.
I did look at the condition. I've looked at the clean copy of the conditions, and I don't think there's really an issue with the midnight. It does say that if there's only one member of staff on duty between 11 and 6, the entrance door will be closed. So strictly that should be 11 and midnight, unless of course we are getting hot drinks, because that's an activity. But really that should only apply if you are granting the late night refreshments after midnight.
Yeah, there was a slight couple of bits within the pack review, and I'm just struggling to find it at the moment in the slight rush, but there was definitely mention of a personal license holder within the pack conditions that aren't on the tracked changes, and we're just trying to work out.
Yeah, we would never agree a condition that a personal license holder.
And we get that. We just want to make sure nothing else has been taken out that hasn't been tracked within the tracked bits, if that makes sense.
I might be able to assist you there then.
Thank you.
So in your representations at page 68, conditions 4, 8 and 14 have not been included in the amended conditions that were submitted today.
4, 8 and 14, was it?
4, 8 and 14. Sorry, and also condition 5 was, and also condition 5 was amended. So condition 5 on the police's conditions referred to the alcohol content of 5.5 and a time and things. On the new conditions, that's been amended.
I can explain the rationale if that assists. So number 4, personal license holder must be present at all times. The law doesn't require that. It's totally impractical to have a personal license holder present at all times. It can take 3 months to get a personal license. And I don't know any store that I've ever acted for or licensed premise that has agreed a condition of that nature. The law is very clear that all alcohol sales must be authorised by a person licence holder. The government made that clear in 2005 when it was questioned that that didn't mean that the person licence holder had to be present at all times. They can give written authority. So you have a delegated authority from the person licence holder for making alcohol sales. So that's why we didn't agree that one. Condition 5, we've discussed, we amended that condition on ABV. The miniatures not to sell to, again, it's creating new law, not to sell miniatures to anybody who's under the age of 21. It's not a condition I've ever seen. I'm not sure it would, I don't know whether you've ever imposed that on any license, but I've never seen that before. And 14, the premises license holder, although to ensure groups of people will not be allowed to gather or loiter. It's just one of those, it's impossible to say, well, you know, you can have groups of people, you can have a group of mothers who might be standing outside, and we're not going to charge out and tell them we can't have more than 3 people or more than 2 people standing outside our store. It's just not, it's not a workable condition, and conditions do have to be workable. So that's why we didn't agree those.
Just want our comments on those 4. So 4, appreciate the comments, and yeah, satisfied that they wouldn't normally be on a license. So that's fine. 5, I think, will be a decision as to how strong we want, whether it's 5.5 or 6.5. The not to sell miniatures or quart bottles of spirits. I appreciate the under 21s was. I'm not sure why that was included. I'll be perfectly honest. The reason why we would comment around the miniatures or quarter bottles is to prevent that quick buying of a shot and then having that shot outside the premise, or drinking in the immediate vicinity. It just tends to encourage having those miniatures. Whereas if you're buying a big bottle of vodka, then you're less likely just to drink it straight outside the shop. And then number 14 was the last one, wasn't it? Around the gathering and loitering. That again, it just comes down to the kind of taking a little bit of ownership around kind of the immediate vicinity of that premise. And I appreciate that might be unworkable around the 3 mothers sat outside or stood outside having a quick chat at 6 o'clock in the morning, or sorry, 8 o'clock in the morning. Is very different to a group of juveniles or youths at 1 o'clock in the morning. So that was the reason why that was placed in there. Maybe that could be worded in a different way, I don't know, but
I've had this discussion quite a few times. Often you end up becoming discriminatory when you try to decide what type of people you want to have standing outside. So it's not worth discussion. It really doesn't work.
That's our view.
So what was your view on late night refreshment? Because I didn't understand what you're saying. You say your stance hasn't changed.
So it hasn't changed. We made no comments about it within the representation.
Yeah, so you're okay with late night refreshment?
There's nothing to say.
Okay, that's for any comments from the interested parties, Councillor?
No, only to, obviously, we thank you for the obvious deliberation you've made. But my personal thing is, by sticking to 2,300 hours, it keeps it totally in line with other premises within the town, keeps them all the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yes, I didn't read out my full response before for brevity, but I was asked to clarify my position in an email exchange, and I'll read out the bit that I replied with about the opening hours. I said, I don't see that extending the period that the premises are open beyond the current opening times, but for a shorter period than 24 hours would address my concerns, as the main concern is that potential disturbance would take place late at night and early in the morning in a residential area.
So I need to see, are there any questions relating to the sorry. All right, sorry. Councillor, do you want any other comments about the changes we've proposed?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions at all?
Yeah, so what they've done is made a new submission. For the license commitments. Yeah, this is Can I just check one thing? So is it that you're making two submissions? One is in relation to the application being amended from 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock at midnight in terms of the sale of alcohol that's and the late night refreshments. So is it the late night refreshments till midnight as well, or are you seeking that till 5 o'clock in the morning?
That's entirely up to you.
Yeah. Okay. And the second part of your application then, is that to consider these conditions
Yes.
as well? So,
I don't think there's very much.
yeah, no, but you're looking at that to replace the conditions that are currently within the license that append, annex 2 and 3.
If that right, refusal or scrap all this.
Yep. Yeah.
Still offering these conditions.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we're just going to retire again to discuss these. Okay, we're going to read out the decision. Further submissions from the applicant. Following the refusal to grant the extended license for the sale of alcohol and the refusal of late night refreshments, we have reviewed the amended verbal application from the applicant to consider the sale of alcohol between the hours of 0600 and midnight, and the provision of late night refreshments to sell hot drinks only. In determining this, members have agreed to grant the supply of alcohol for consumption off the premises from 0600 to midnight, Monday to Sunday, and the provision of late night refreshments from 2300 to midnight, Monday to Sunday. In addition, members have agreed to remove conditions listed in Annex 2 and 3 of the current licence to be replaced with conditions agreed between the applicant and Hertfordshire Constabulary as at 6th of October 2023, subject to amendments to the following conditions. Condition 4, 2 members of staff to be present on the premises from 1800 until midnight every day. Condition 13, to remove as it will not apply to a licensable activity. Condition 15, insert a year from today's date. Members' concerns regarding noise, nuisance and antisocial behaviour that is more likely to occur has not changed despite this amended application. The location of the premises are a paramount consideration, and members would encourage the applicant to work with the residents to mitigate any potential impact. Closed at 15:15. Thank you very much.